Hello everyone, my name is Crystal and welcome to my channel. Hello everyone, my name is Crystal and welcome to my channel. If you're new here, then hit that subscribe button because we're friends, we just haven't met yet. Hello everyone. Oh, I don't know how long I'll be on here for the simple fact that just when I get ready to start a live, don't you know, it starts storming again. I can't really complain about that though, because as far as where I live, the only damage we've really got is like wind damage. And there's a lot of people here that's like lost their homes. A lot of people's lost their lives. But how has everybody been? I don't want to start this right off with a rant, but man, I seen some stuff this morning and it turns my stomach. For the last 2 weeks, well, we've had the flooding, and then when it was able for us to get out and stuff like that, I had to get ready for school. So it's, like I said, it's been a hot minute since I've got to go live. Okay. All right. If you all have been watching some of this that's been going on, put a 1 in the chat. And by this, I mean people just dragging each other. Just really trying to knock each other down. Better yet, let's start out with this because it is storming. Put a 1 in chat if you can hear me. Okay, so I can be heard, huh? Okay, thanks, Aurora. Okay. I've been going over a lot of the older interviews since I've been away from YouTube for a little bit. I mean, I've got to watch some lives, but haven't really been able to keep up with what everything has been going on. There's some things that's just been sticking out to me, and stuff like, I have no idea. It says there's 7, but it says we've got 7, but one thing that is, now I don't claim I know everything about the Summer Wills case. I don't. I don't pretend that everything I say is the gospel and it couldn't be nothing else. You haven't heard me say that, and I won't say that. I can only comment on the things that I know. And one thing, so when I say this, do not take it as a fact. I'm really asking the question. So in Jody Sue's interview interview, she says that at 6:09 she started down her driveway. And in the dispatch call, which is I think 6:26, correct me in chat if I'm wrong, they said Summer had been gone for like 10 minutes. And I understand, trust me, I understand that time may not be correct. I'm saying we're going by what we know, what they have said. So, can somebody explain to me how Jody Sue did not see who, if somebody took Summer, how she didn't see them do it? Because wouldn't she have been down at the driveway like 10 minutes prior? Shoot, if she went down at 6:09, she was down there knocking at 20 minutes prior. Now, in 2005, when we had a house fire, I called 911. And while I was on the phone with 911, they said they was dispatching the fire department and ambulances and stuff. So those calls wouldn't have been like 20 minutes apart. Is anybody following me? Is it making sense? Because sometimes I get a train of thought and it's like, whoa, where'd it go? And if it turns out that y'all can hear me because of this storm that's going on, let me know that too, please. But my 10 minutes from a person who don't really pay attention to time, so who knows? Exactly. That. But if we're going by the times that they have gave us, she should have been at the end of that driveway. I mean, if we're going just by that. Now, that was just really a question that I had. Now, this morning, I was listening to something, and I'm going to share that with you all. But it's kind of just a prime example of how we get misinformation. And just a second, I'll share it and give you my opinion on this. Okay. Okay. Okay, bear with me. I may just have to play it, not show the video. Okay, listen to this, because I could fight with this all day, but it's just, let me know if you can hear it.
On June 15th, right? We know Grandma.
Can we hear that? Let me know in chat if you can hear it.
Had issues with her knee. She went to the hospital there to get a shot, pain shot for.
Okay. Did you all pay attention to that? Let's back it up.
Summer, and then afterward, now we still don't know for a fact that
Okay.
Really hear it out of Hunter's mouth that in fact she was there.
Okay, let me back it up a bit.
Welcome. You're accepted here.
When you know there's a bunch of commercials on this.
Mother's cookies. Stop and taste the frosting.
Okay.
Said it too.
Okay, here we go.
Really hear it out of Hunter's mouth that in fact she was there.
Okay, back it up just a little bit more.
Whole summer, and then afterward, now we still don't know for a fact that Grandma
A little bit farther than that.
woods and brush and everything
Bear
like
with
that.
me, everyone.
No. But anyway, the reason for this video today is talking about Walgreens, right? Walgreens on June 15th, right? We know Grandma had issues with her knee. She went to the hospital there to get a shot, pain shot for her knee, and then those errands were done. Went to the
Okay, and he's correct so far.
swimming hole summer, and then afterward, now we still don't know.
Except, now my grandma always said, sometimes stuff is like rat poison. They give you 98% of the truth, and it's that 2% that'll kill you.
Had issues with her knee. She went to the hospital there to get a shot, pain shot for
A shot, pain shot. Okay. We have no clue what kind of shot she got. And that's just one of the many things that's come out of these people's mouth. That's misinformation. It's not something, maybe she did get a pain shot, but do we know that? No, we don't. Just like, and I'm just going to put this out here, I'll probably lose subs over it. I'm just being honest. Last night I watched a live, and it was mentioned that Summer was SA'd. And then another creator came on this creator's panel. I'm trying not to mention creators by name in here. And pretty much, in my opinion, showed themselves. Was talking about everything that Don did. Like, what he done to his sisters, and just mentioning his past. And I am going to be the first one to say that Don Wells is not a great human being. In my opinion. He's not a good human being. I'd say he's done a lot in his life that he really needs to do time for. But there is no factual evidence out there that he hurt his daughter. There is no evidence out there that he SA'd his daughter. Now, what do we have evidence of in this case? If we're going to talk about people, what do we know? Well, we know that there's RSOs all in that holler. We also know that you've got 4 cops that's been arrested for child P. We have a neighbor that hasn't stopped running her mouth since day one, insinuating that she's got all this knowledge. And I'm just going to go right out there and say this, because you would not believe how many people, and I've not said anything, that comes into my Facebook group and messages me wanting to know if I'm Jody. Let me tell you something. Straight up, if anybody has watched this channel, they know good and well I'm not Jody. But for those naysayers who might run with that, and howbeit, this is me. Okay. But you know, the thing about that is, if they took the time, they would see my face all over my channel. You know that little country bumpkin that's on there singing? That's me. I have nothing to hide. But I guarantee you, I am not. And I'll repeat, I am not Jody Sue. She's not the only one I've been accused of being. I mean, just to be honest, I mean, and that's just stuff that a small channel like mine has experienced. But, yeah, it was quick. It was very quick of Rory, but no, I'm not her. Camera shy a little bit, yeah. But I ain't hiding nothing. However, I'm not blaming everything in my life on people either. And right here is a prime example of that. Give me just a second. Okay, let's do this right here. Let me see. Okay. Now, just a second. Okay. Do y'all see this? She has did nothing but tell people to stop making money on Summer. Okay? What's this, Jody? It's your PayPal. So practice what you preach. Right here. And it's pinned every live you do. Now, while she's got pretending like she's just so concerned about Summer, she goes and says stuff like this. Just a second. Make sure I pull up the right one. I'm sorry, people, but this aggravates me. It aggravates me worse than anything. If there's one thing I don't like a hypocrite. Am I perfect? No, not perfect at all. But I ain't pretending to be. I ain't pretending to act like I have all the answers. Now, let me know if you can hear this. Just a second. Okay. Okay, now what you're going to be listening to is a small clip that I got. And she's talking about when she left Ben Hill. Y'all know that cabin she's talking about? Well, you'll just hear it. I didn't have time to put it on here because of the storm. But remember that cabin that she talks about so frequently? Okay. Well, evidently she's got floors for it and all that good stuff. But I want you all to listen who she blames on not getting to put that stuff down.
And so I bought beautiful wood flooring and all these lights and things like that. And all the drywall and all that shit. And so it was playing. It was a little fucking nefarious. But luckily, unlikely, because it wasn't used because Summer vanished.
It wasn't used, people, because Summer vanished. So now, Summer missing is even the reason that her flooring wasn't used. How big of a narcissist do you have to be? And here's something else that I caught.
It's been making the speech harder on top of having to be on the phones right now.
Let me give you a little context to this. She is talking about people stalking her. the YouTube crime syndicate, and threatening her, blackmailing her, and all this. And this is what it's doing to her, okay?
Light and using my voice.
Okay. Just a second. We'll listen to that again.
It has been making speech harder. On top of having to be on the phones right now a lot and using my voice.
So, you know what, Jody Sue? Do you know what will help that? Log off. You want to talk about being on the phone? I'm assuming, because this was the impression that I got, because you're reporting these so-called stalkers. You've been on the phone. That's hurting your voice. But yet you're sitting up on a live 9 hours a day talking about absolutely nothing. Your information is as useless as a screen door on a submarine. And it don't matter what time of the day, you have more issues than a People magazine. I'm sorry, and I don't, when I say rant, this is about the majority of it that I want to put out there. But, it ain't just her. I was watching another creator this morning. And in the chat, now I'm going to straight out tell y'all, I like cracking cases. I do. Do I agree with everything they say? No, I don't. But guess what? Grown-up adults should be able to disagree. They should be able to talk about issues and theories without going at each other's throat. That's what adults do, okay? But I was watching a creator this morning, and in the chat, somebody puts another creator's name and says, had a great chat. They called out your friend, the druggie, alluding to cracking cases. Really? That's what we're calling a great live? Yes, she is. She is. And I don't even like talking about people in that way, but yeah. And let's suppose he was a druggie. What does it speak of you that you want to do a live over him instead of actually lending a hand or an ear or offering help? That is the problem. The problem is there's so many people that want to sit out there and act like they're doing stuff for these kids. You know what? We are lacking foster parents every day. And if you've got time to sit on a doggone computer for 8 hours a day, guess what you could do? Make a difference. How about you don't sit there claiming you're an adult and try to say people are on drugs when you don't know nothing about it? And that's the way this case has went. In my own personal opinion, if there was anyone that would make it on a stand, it's just 3 people in this case I've seen so far. And that's the boys. Now, let me also share this with you, because like I said, this stuff come back to back to back, and it literally made me sick. And I might be talked about like a dog for saying this, but I will also say that if you're getting disability, but yet you can sit on a live for 9 hours a day, you can do something like data entry at home or telemarketing at home. They've got that out there. There's a lot of people hiring for it. Just going to throw that out there. Okay. Let me see if I can find it. Okay. I know it's here somewhere. Where it's hiding, I have no clue. Just a second. See if this is it. Nope. Okay, give me just a second, people. I'm sorry. I thought I had it pulled up, and I guess I didn't. But give me just a minute here, and there we go. Okay. So, like I said, I had a little time, and I was looking through people's Facebook, okay? That's connected to this case. And I noticed that, just a second, I need to do something to that. I don't want that name up there. Okay, I'll do it like that. Anyways, I noticed that one of the boys did have a Facebook, okay? And I went on there just like anybody else would to see what was posted. And then I see this on here, and this makes me so angry. Okay. Brace yourself. You know the person that was encouraging people to leave them alone? Or pretending to encourage people. Let's just say that. Look what he done. He left a comment on the kid's profile picture. Why? And then the comment that's left says, "Hope you are in a better place, little buddy." What are we doing? These are children. And I'm sorry, but the majority of these kids do love their parents. Now, I'm not taking up for the Wells. I don't know if they're guilty. I don't know if they're innocent. All I'm saying is there is zero evidence out there that says yes, they are. Yes, it does take it to another level. And these kids probably do have access to the internet. Let me tell you why. Because I doubt they've put them into a public school and in a high-profile case like this. I could be wrong, but I doubt it. And sitting back and trying to attack creators that you don't agree with, like saying they're on drugs, what is that doing for Summer? It ain't doing nothing. And yes, I may be venting about it right now, The people, the only way we stop them from acting like this is stop watching them. I'm just going to be honest. It's hard. It really is. It's hard. But that bothered me. It bothered me. The way one creator acted on Cracking Cases panel. Because I personally think it was disrespectful to come up and just start screaming, talking over people, not being able to, not be able to have a conversation like grown adults. And I know there's people that's going to disagree with me. That's fine. That's what's great about America, or life, period. You can have a different opinion. It isn't against the law. What you can't do is go out there and put out false information, claim that it's facts. Because let's face it, if you repeat something long enough, people start to believe it. And then you take it to another level. Now, make a whole life saying you called somebody out. They're a druggie. Shame on you. If you really thought that maybe he relapsed, how about reaching out? How about seeing if there's anything you can do? How about telling a rehab that might help? And I will firmly state right now that I don't think he's on drugs. I don't. That's true. That is true. You know, after this live, unless something major changes, I probably won't speak on this no more. But it is a shame that people want to be right so bad that without proof, they'll call you a liar and say you're a disgrace because you're waiting on it. Like I said, in no way am I saying that Don Wells and Candace are innocent. Do I think that they were on drugs? Yeah. Do I think that they probably should have lost the kids before they did? Yeah. To get help, yeah. But am I willing to harass people when I ain't nobody? Nobody but the average Joe out here from the outside looking in. No, I'm not. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I've got to live with myself tomorrow. I'm telling you, I'm reading over chat, y'all. Yeah. Yeah, and you know what? Your opinion should change. It should change if you're actually looking into it. But we are not judge, jury, and executioner. We're not. And you've got a whole lot of people out there that want to sit and dog other people that are trying. I got a question. What are you doing? I mean, Kim and Allie's been boots on the ground. They've been up there. They've worked with Nita Diver, first to deploy. What have you done? Other than sit back behind your computer and try to blame people for stuff they didn't do. Act like they're on drugs because they're actually trying to help. Like I said, we are short on foster parents. If you can fit the bill, take the classes, help the kids, try to get to it before these kids go missing. Yeah. Very true. If I've missed you all, because I got on a tangent there. Hello, Blue Moon. Hello, Jennifer, Lana. Hello to everyone. But it broke my heart last night when I heard Kim say that he was maybe not going to report on Summer no more. And I'll tell you why it did. Because we haven't got enough people out there that's being open-minded. A lot of people's looking with blinders on. It's like, can't change their mind. And matter of fact, they even said that. Exactly. Yes. Who does it hurt? Who is the person that it hurts when they put out there that Summer was SA'd? Who does it hurt? It hurts the kids. If you think for 5 flat seconds that these youngins are not able to get on the internet, you're wrong. I couldn't either, Sigmund and Shine. I couldn't live with myself. Yes, very much so. And I'll tell you why. She don't take responsibility for anything, for nothing. Right down to the reason her floor wasn't laid in her cabin. That was Summer's fault. Somehow. And she even slipped up and said, fortunately, I caught that, Jody Sue. I did. And if you all haven't went and watched Angel Talks Too Fast, listen to hers. Listen to some of her videos. She makes sense. I mean, Jody Sue, it wasn't just about you saw a flash of light or a flash of red. It wasn't just that. Because, you're hyper vigilant. You know exactly what those vehicles sound like, the traction and everything. And for some reason, you knew enough that day to think that they stopped at the basement door. That's a lot of information, people. When in fact, that dog don't hunt. That's what my dad would say. When you're taking and changing your story, then trying to make everybody else sound like they're stupid or didn't hear it right, and then said, I've got all kinds of this information put out there on my YouTube. Well, guess what? I ain't got 12 hours a day to listen to you. Yeah, you're right. Absolutely right. Has Summer changed my life? Yes, she has. For the better. It was because of her that I became a foster parent. I mean, it's a sad world when we have dog people to feel better about ourselves, and that's what it looks like. And some people that support her say her story hasn't changed. I beg to differ. I beg to differ. On the 16th, she said that Summer was well taken care of. That's what she said. Back in May, she said that Andy was selling drugs to the children on 110 and selling something that would so they could potentially be touched. Just a second. Okay, I'm sorry. My kid walked in. But she did. So were they being well taken care of? Or were they being given something so they could be sedated and potentially touched? Which now she says she didn't say that. I beg to differ. Listen to it. She did. Yes, it is. As a matter of fact, I would go as far as to say it is an injustice if we don't look at every possibility. And it is a breath of fresh air when you have a new creator out there or a creator out there that isn't just looking in one spot. And like I said earlier, as far as witnesses go, so far I've seen 3 that work on a stand, and I guarantee you they probably won't put all of them on there, and that's the boys. Why? Well, Jody Sue, that PayPal you have in your comments talking about her, that's going to mess you up. Not to mention the fact that a good prosecutor will rip you to shreds. Yes, just a second, Blue Moon. Just a minute. Okay. Okay, and I always like to open it up. That way, maybe if anybody wants to come up, give their opinion, you're more than welcome. But the one thing I don't want on my channel, I don't want essay being put on Summer. I don't. This kid, oh my goodness, so much has been said in the past year. Let's not put that on this child. Not without any hardcore facts. Yeah. Yeah, Jennifer, that's right. And you know what else is sad? I've talked about other cases. I have. And it's like, I don't know, they just don't get the attention that they need. I mean, for one thing, don't know how many of you all are aware, but the Bible Belt Strangler, one of the ladies that he killed was actually found in my county. She was found in a freezer, naked, strangled. Didn't even know who she was. She was buried in a local cemetery here in town. I've actually got photos of her grave because I am planning on going over that. And this man killed not only her, but several, and he's never been caught. Never. That's true. That's true. With me, it was a little bit hard on me to ignore it today, though, because, I mean, people trying to say that I'm Jody Sue. I'll show you all that right quick. Let me see here. Share screen. Okay. This is the grave of the Jane Doe. She was found in a refrigerator, thrown over, like, back then it was like what you would call a garbage dump. But there was a refrigerator and a couple looking for cans, I think it was. When they opened it up, they found her. Now, a lady was found, I think it was in Indiana as well, and she had been thrown out on the side of the road, and it had been snowing. So they knew that she was dumped there because there was no snow on top of her. Now, also with this case, it went cold for it. Well, it's still cold, but they did find out who some of these people was. And a podcast went to talk to TBI. And when he was asking about these cases and why there wasn't more pressure put on it, do you know what they said? Because all these women had something in common, okay? They were redheaded and believed to be prostitutes. And when they went to TBI, now think about this, because when they actually started identifying some of these ladies, just a second. But anyways, okay. If it ain't the rain, it's my kid. But completely lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, when they went to TBI to discuss, trying to figure out who these women was, and some was figured out, but no thanks to TBI. Because do you know what they said about these ladies? They were throwaway ladies. Yes, Miss Sim. I heard you say that the other day. And the thing about it is, people, there was a lady that got away. And some people believe because the lady that got away was before the lady was found in Kentucky. Okay. So this guy, or I'm assuming it's the same guy that Miss M is talking about, was in prison. But they believe this serial killer is a truck driver. And it's believed that he runs the same route in between like Indiana and Tennessee. But or that's the ones that I know of right now. I'm still digging into this if I seem scattered on it. But a lady gets away. I guess he thought he killed her. I don't know. But she said that a truck driver picked her up and tried to kill her, tried to strangle her. So they arrest this man, and because he was guilty of what he was doing to her. But then, like I said, in 1985, I think it was, another lady was found in Kentucky. So, and the sad thing is it's believed that they are still out there. So maybe that one was a copycat. I don't know. But I mean, it is one messed up case. Let's see if I can find something right quick. I'll show y'all. Bear with me just a minute. Is it there? Okay. Easy here. Oh, that's a whole nother case. Let's see. Okay. Maybe this is it. Oh, I've heard that too. People looking in our window. You know what I ain't seen? I ain't seen no proof. Has anybody else seen any proof? I know there was that there video where she's looking at a computer and somebody is threatening all kinds of people. But if I'm being quite honest, couldn't she have made that video? Exactly, Aurora. That broke my heart when I say that TBI was calling them throwaway women. It was sickening. It was. Oh my goodness. If anybody wants to come up, come on up. We'll chat. Miss Elm, you want to come on up? Now, another thing that's sad about that case also is she's buried, as you all can see. Just a second. I don't know, it breaks my heart, really, it does. And like I said, it's real close to me. I can be at her grave in 15 minutes. Nobody should not even be able to have their name on the tombstone. I mean, to me, that is sad. I'll drop the link again. But can you imagine? I mean, and I took that photo maybe a month ago. So her name's still not on there. My mom was actually one of the first ones. that started taking up donations to have her funeral. Just a second. Let me see if I can find something on that right fast. Okay. Because I think it does warrant being talked about. Let's see here. Okay, just a second. I'm trying to find a short one. Okay, here's one. It's kind of short. We'll review it. Okay, can somebody, one of the mods, please put in chat, this is, fair use. Yeah, well, they actually found out who she was, the one that was around here, years later. But as far as the who's responsible for it, to my knowledge, they don't know. Just a second. Okay. So, just a second. Okay, just a second. I apologize, y'all. Okay.
Life is scarier when you know bad things could find you, when you don't know what they are. You're an absolute gem. Thank you for clicking on my Suspect series. I'm Brooke McKenna, but today is about the victims of the Redhead murders. Now, it's insane to me that serial killers like this can do things like this, but it's even more insane when the case is so mysterious that you're not even sure if they are one. And that confusing sentence about sums up this entire case. By the way, I'm posting so much more content like this, so if you would like to see more, please subscribe, and let's get back to the story.
Okay, and I do want to add that I haven't watched her tell it, so.
Like I said, this case is like a bunch of puzzle pieces with similarities that don't quite go together. But from what I've found, the Redhead murders are done by a serial killer named the Bible Belt Strangler. This man, or woman, has never been caught. They targeted redheads in the areas of Tennessee, Arkansas, Kentucky, Mississippi, Pennsylvania, and West Virginia. But
see, that's some good info because I didn't know there was West Virginia and Mississippi. And it makes you wonder. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Flies in the Coastlaw. It makes you wonder if they're still out there, then they could be responsible for other cases.
Between October of 1978 through the 1980s, and possibly continued until 1992. No one can say for sure because even the number of victims cannot be confirmed.
And that's true too. I also read that.
The first body was thought to be found on February 13th of 1983 along Route 250 in Littleton, Wetzel County, West Virginia. It was a white female between the ages of 35 and 45. She was about 5'6", weighed 135 pounds, and looked like a mannequin upon first glance when a couple of senior citizens came upon her. There was snow on the ground around her, but not her body, which led the investigators to believe that she had just been placed there.
Which would make complete sense. Can y'all imagine what it would be like to think that you saw a mannequin and you get out and it's a person? But now all of these murders have something in common. They're redheaded. They're believed to be ladies of the night, shall we call it. And they were strangled.
And the footsteps and the marks made them also believe that she was killed elsewhere. She had 2 scars, one on her abdomen from a C-section and one on her index finger, and also had orange painted toenails and double pierced ears. She had not been sexually assaulted, but they could not find a cause of death, although they speculated that she had been strangled. There was also a white middle-aged man seen around the area around the same time, but he was never found, and neither was her identity. She became the Wetzel County Jane Doe. Nobody had a clue at this time that this could be a possible serial killer and had no reason to want to look at a possible MO. And it's hard to catch a killer that's constantly on the move. In September,
and because they're all found like close to like 75 and 25, I mean these main highways, and because they were ladies of the night, whatever you want to call it, man, my Paul's game is bad, ain't it? Anyway, they thought it was a truck driver.
Of that same year, another woman disappeared 10 hours from where Wetzel County Jane Doe's body was found. She was 20 years old, a redhead, and she had just found out she was pregnant. Her name was Nancy Lynn Blankenship. She disappeared from her home in Lavinia, Tennessee when she was doing holiday things. It was almost Christmas time, and she was baking cookies, she was writing holiday cards, she was feeding her puppy, and then she vanished. And the only lead that the investigators had to go on was a white car that a neighbor had seen in her driveway of her and her husband Ken's house that day. Then on September 16th of the next year, a woman's body was found.
Now, I could be wrong, but that one was the one that I think that they said that they was not 100% sure if the same one was responsible for hers, because she was a little bit different.
Found an hour and 48 minutes away. It was found on Interstate 40 in West Memphis, Arkansas, and the body was found strangled and only wearing a sweater. Although it took the body about a year to be identified, they knew one thing for certain. It wasn't Nancy Blankenship. She had strawberry blonde hair, was a resident of West Virginia, and the only reason her body was identified was because a couple from Florida came forward saying she had stayed with them for a little bit and could identify her from there. Her name was Lisa Nichols or Jarvis, and the police believed because of the truck stop that was so close that she had been hitchhiking when this happened to her. Now, up to now, the murders had kind of been going a certain direction, but this next murder on January 1st of 1985 kind of backtracked 8.5 hours. Now, this body was found in Tennessee on Interstate 75. She was white and had curly, short, red hair. She was between 17 and 25 and was fully clothed when found. She was wearing a tan pullover, a shirt, and jeans, and she was 2.5 to 5 months pregnant when she was murdered. She had freckles and a partial denture that was holding 2 of her top teeth of her upper jaw. She was between 5'1" and 5'4". She also was never identified and is known as the Campbell County Jane Doe. Then on March 6th, about an hour away in Knox County, Tennessee, the police got what they believed could be the biggest break in this case. They got a report from a woman named Linda Shack who said that
Okay, and now this is the one I think Miss M is talking about.
she was strangled with her own shirt and then thrown onto Interstate 40 after this man thought that she was dead. She somehow survived and called to tell the police she knew who this man was and what he had done. His name was Jerry Leon Johns, and he was...
Miss Em, is that the one? I'm pretty sure this is the man that you were talking about. He was, I think, already incarcerated or on another charge, but
he was a 37-year-old truck driver. They arrested Jerry immediately and brought him in for questioning. They found the killer, or so they thought. What they found...
Okay, now think about this, people. He fit the MO. We've had a particular ex-cop out there talking about, MOs and victim, I can't pronounce it. Anyways, and repetitive patterns. This guy fit the bill.
Was that Jerry had airtight alibis for the days when these women would have been murdered. So they had to let him go. The police were then back to square one, and the bodies were continuing to be found. Next was 3.5 hours away in Cheatham County,
Okay,
Tennessee,
maybe that ain't the one.
On March 31st, where a skeletonized body was found. She was found on Interstate 24. She was white with red hair and was between 5 foot and 5'2". She was clothed in a shirt, sweater, pants, and underwear, and was thought to be between 31 and 40. She had overcrowding and overlapping in her teeth, and due to the condition she was found in, she could never really be identified. But they do have a hat that she was wearing that I'll put up on the screen now, in case anybody recognizes it, because she is still a Jane Doe as well. Just the next day, on April 1st, another body was found in Knox County, Kentucky, on Interstate 25 in a white Admiral refrigerator. This was the little town of...
Now, this is the lady that was found less than 15 minutes from my home.
Gray, which was a quiet, quaint place that literally had nothing ever happen, and suddenly they had a woman who had been suffocated in a fridge on the side of the road. And the creepiest part of all was that there was a sticker on the front that said Superwoman. She was wearing two necklaces. One was a heart and one was a golden eagle. She was wearing 2 pairs of socks. One was white and one was white with green and yellow stripes. She also had moles on the right side of her neck, her ankle, and below each breast. She had a yellow-stained tooth, had red hair, that had had a child, and was between 24 to 35 and 4'9" to 4'11". At one point, they thought that they found her identity as Isby Regina Black Pilgrim due to that girl's daughter's description, but she is still a Jane Doe.
Okay. Now, I'm not sure when this was made, but they did do DNA tests a couple years back and with the child that she had, and she was Etsy Pilgrimage. And another thing that I found out while looking at this is the night before, she was seen at a truck stop in Corbin, Kentucky. They said that, they didn't have a whole lot of problems with quote unquote workers there, but they knew that when they were around, that it caused a lot of problems. One man asked the woman, could he help her? She used the phone to call someone that night, but a truck driver was there, and you can find his interview on YouTube, y'all. But he said that he saw her leaving with this man in a red, I think it was like a flat nose semi. Now that's one of the older semis, obviously. But she was actually identified. She was the Etsy Pilgrims. And the county got together, my mother being one of the first ones where she worked, to take up a donation so this woman could have a funeral. Now, hundreds of people showed up, pretty much wanting to see if it could be one of their loved ones. Because, I mean, nobody knew who she was. The funeral directors, his name was Troy. He actually bought her headstone, but at that time they did not know who she was. So till this day, the grave that I just showed you all is still marked unknown.
Then on April 3rd, another body was found in Campbell County, only about 4 miles away from where the body was before. Although her looks could not be compared to the other victims because it had been a year to 4 years before she had been found. She was only 32 bones, including her skull. She had a necklace made of plastic buttons from clothing, and she was only between 9 and 15. Tests showed...
Now that one breaks my heart. But still, you have the TBI when they talk to this other podcast saying that they were throwaway women. This is a 14-year-old. Now, it may not even be connected to the redhead murders, but still, these people need justice too.
That she was likely born in Florida or Texas and then relocated to the Midwest or the Rocky Mountains, the Southwest or the Pacific Coast, but she is also still a Jane Doe. 11 days after that, on April 14th, 2 hours away in Greenville, Tennessee, another body was found. It was face down and naked in the weeds. Killed by blunt force trauma, and it showed that right before her death she had had a miscarriage. She was 14 to 20, 5'4 to 5'6, had a slight overbite and fillings in her teeth. She also had pink painted fingernails and light brown to blonde hair with red highlights. A necklace with a penny on it was found next to her, and fingerprints could be taken at this point because DNA was getting better, but she has still not been identified either. With all the bodies being found, the police from all of the states where the victims came together to talk to the FBI to see if they could figure out what was happening and help them catch this possible killer. 10 days later, a 6-hour summit was held in Tennessee with all of the states there in attendance. But even after 6 hours there, it was still inconclusive. The deputy director in Tennessee said, while there are some similarities in the cases, there are also a great number of dissimilarities. And what he was talking about was that they weren't all true, full redheads, and that they were all...
Okay. Have we not heard that already in Summer's case? When people are talking about the resemblance between Summers and Michael Vaughn's case? Have we not heard that?
Also, some were clothed and some weren't, but they all were found next to highways. The bodies...
These are very, very sad, in my opinion. Let me see here. There was one here. Okay. Now, this guy had more information on it than anybody that I saw.
The episode you are about.
It's True Crime Foul Play Podcast. This here. And he does a really, really good job. But now this is the actual man that helped identify some of these Jane Does. He was the one that said that they was calling them the throwaway women. Just a second. I think this has the interview with the man at the truck stop in Corbin, Kentucky.
The episode you are about to hear was created prior to our rebranding to Foul Play. If you have any information in any of our cases, you can visit us at itsfoulplay.com. Hey everyone, so I am currently 20 miles west of West Memphis, and if you listen to the Redhead Murders series on my podcast Out of the Shadows, you will have that will ring a bell for you, because this is the location where our very first victim was found. A year after her remains were discovered.
I have a name. That's the one. Okay.
The episode you are about to hear was created prior to our...
Okay. Okay, here it is. I was trying to skip it ahead a little bit.
This project focuses on 6 murder victims from the 1980s, including the woman buried right here.
Does the community still think about it?
Yeah, I mean, it's a common story that I guess anybody my age or above would remember.
She's known as the red-headed Jane Doe. 33 years ago, newspapers reported she was asphyxiated and left in a refrigerator in the woods. The story touched the people of Knox County so much, they gave her a funeral.
The people from that area at that time knew that she was a person, and no matter what her background or history was, that she deserved to be remembered.
For his next episode, Waters wanted to learn as much as he could from where it all happened.
I think if it was a local, they wouldn't have brought her here, knowing that someone would find her.
Scott Klaus served as tour guide to the tragedy his town is still trying to comprehend.
They want to see this solved, and the only way to be able to do that is pass the memory of the case down.
Waters' task is a tough one.
She deserves a name, and she deserves justice for her case.
He hopes
Now, Waters is the one that helped identify them.
to find both of those.
Some of them.
Covering the news in Knox County, Connor McHugh, LEX 18 News.
Yeah, this is the case though that I'm actually digging into right now. But Miss M is right. There was one of them that, I mean, whether he was the one that killed all of them, I don't know. But because, like I said, that other one, the one in Knox County, happened after after he was arrested. So could he have been a copycat? I don't know. Okay. Now, okay, I'm just looking back through chat, y'all. Okay. But like I said, his the Bible Belt Strangler, whoever it may be, they've not been found. How do we know that? And I guess what really broke my heart is a simple fact that he said they called them, and go watch the podcast, you all. Called them the throwaway ladies. I mean, it's bad enough they don't even have names on their tombstone. But you've got law enforcement calling them the throwaway ladies. It just don't seem right. Well, I'm going to drop the link again. If somebody wants to come up and see them, you're more than welcome to come up. I'd actually like your opinion on the man that was incarcerated. There's a lot of cases out here, you guys, and I think they all need attention, but they need the right attention. Drama and speculation and saying it like it's a fact, yeah, that don't help nothing. It don't help a thing. Or I don't think it does. I mean, that's my opinion, but I don't think it helps at all. And okay, let's try this. Everybody that will, please place one fact about Summer's case in the chat. One fact. Just one. Not speculation, not hearsay, not theories. Very good, Miss. That's my girl right there. I just got to brag on her. Hold on just a second. I'll be right back. Okay, everybody. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. Anytime that phone rings, it's very important. So, I mean, I have to answer it. Okay. So she is missing. That's a fact. Yep, that's a fact. She was reported missing on June the 15th, 2001. She's a missing, beautiful little girl. Yes, she is. Yes, we did. We've seen all kinds of pictures, haven't we? Yep. And in one clip, she even admits she lies. Yes, they have. Yeah. Right there's that number you call if you've got real information. Everybody is still a suspect. Okay. A lot of people will say The footprints isn't a fact, but Dave Rader talked about those, not just cracking cases. We know that they have GPS data because they said they did. The cell phones, they got that information. How do we know that? They said they did. That's what law enforcement has said. The screen was unfounded. Law enforcement said that. Polygraphs was passed. I mean, Ronnie Lawson stated that. So, must be true. And I know law enforcement can lie to us, but I'm talking about the stuff they've given us. Yes, property has been searched several times. You know, it's pretty sad. What has been put in the chat right now, that's facts, people. What isn't facts? We do not know they did anything to their daughter. We do not know they didn't do nothing to their daughter. We don't know if she was abducted. We don't know if she was kidnapped. We don't know if there was an accident. We don't know. We have no clue. We sure don't know that she was essayed. We don't know that. We don't know what life was like in that home before June the 15th, 2021. Oh, flies. Flies in the coleslaw or on the coleslaw. I'm telling you, I'm amazed I haven't lost Wi-Fi. I was late coming on because of storms. And the day after all that happened this weekend, Corbin was flooded. So there you go. The simple fact of it, people, is there just isn't no new information. And that is a fact because they said they don't know no more than they did a year ago. Okay, now let's think of some things. How can we help? How can we help? Some people may say, I'm states away. What can I do? I can't go there and search the grounds. That's fine. That's fine. But you can print off a flyer. That's something you can do. Hang it up in your local grocery store. Make a video doing it. I did put a challenge out there. And if I'm being honest, I've yet to see anybody take that challenge and post a video of them doing it. You know what I don't understand? Now, I have watched them make fools out of themselves on lives. Okay? And when I say that, they did. I mean, just got on there drunk. Yep, I seen them do it. And if I'm being honest, I don't think that they were smart enough to cover up a crime like this to where there's no trace of anything, and they've fooled the lie detector test, they've fooled the behavior panel. Evidently they're able to fool FBI, TBI, Hawkins County. And yes, they have been for a year almost on lives dog drunk. I mean, drunk as Cody Brown. And I hate to break it to you, Jody Sue, but their story ain't changed as much as yours has. Yes. And let's also, if I could think of anybody that I don't, this case has an abundance of liars. Can we all agree on that? Okay. If there's somebody that I would believe, would be those kids. To my knowledge, and everybody else's, because you don't know more than I do, I'm pretty sure about it. They haven't changed their story. Yep, they ain't been able to clear them. Nor, I mean, and please, people, do not misunderstand me. I am not saying they are innocent. I'm not taking up for the Wells. They did some shady stuff. But I am saying that there is a whole lot of other people that have inserted themselves into this case that have been just as bad. And now you see the feuds between creators going on. And I'll be honest with you, I think it's because the Wells ain't nowhere to be talking. They've run out of things to report on, so why not fight within each other? Or attack the ones that don't believe the way you do, because Lord forbid somebody have their own opinion. Liquid truth. And I'll say this. Anything that I've said, go search it for yourself. Do your own research and develop your own opinions. I do too. I do. You know, I've said before, I'll say it again. I am not a lawyer. I'm not a judge. The only thing that I am is a potential juror. And with the evidence that we have seen, let me ask you all, if they stood trial tomorrow, would you find them guilty? Could you find them guilty? And we've also got Jody Sue, who, before she went missing, was talking about people moving in, out-of-staters. Can somebody name somebody else that's from out of state on Ben Hill? Can you? Oh, yeah. Yeah, she has. And she's talking about her being into terrorizing witnesses. Honey, you ain't no witness. You ain't no witness. It would take somebody, oh my goodness, the attorney that would put you on a stand would have to be ignorant. Because let me tell you something, once you get up there and you raise your hand to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, you can't come back the next day and do a live about it and fix it and claim the whole jury didn't hear it right. You think you're a witness? No, ma'am. No. The second you was in that, what you want to call a scamathon, a raffling off your shirt that you was hunting for summer in, you disqualified yourself. You took money for interviews. Say you didn't? That's funny, because you're giving an interview every day you're on YouTube and you got your PayPal in the chat pinned. Then you want to talk about creators making money off of summer while you're sitting there making money off of summer. Make that make sense. Oh, thank you, Sip and Shine. And let me tell y'all, like I said, I've been going back and I've been watching some of the earlier interviews with Dawn. Some are on Share, some are on J for Justices. A lot of things that have come out in the last few months, Dawn said way back in August. He did. And let's talk just one moment about the red Subaru, shall we? Come with me on this. If you were planning to sell your daughter, to potentially unalive your daughter, are you going to take the vehicle that has a doggone tracking device in it? Or are you going to take the white one? They ain't got one. I'll wait. What sense does that make? It don't make no sense. Yeah, the Subaru's flashy, man. But if you have intentions on doing something that could potentially land you in prison, and we all know Don's afraid of prison. He done said that. Are you going to take the vehicle that could lead cops to where you were? I mean, I'm no mastermind, but I wouldn't. Okay, now let's think of something else here. Like I said earlier, you have a second. You have Jody Sue. She says, yeah, and that's true too. And see, that's what I like. Let's play devil's advocate. Very well could be. Or better yet, wouldn't it make more sense like to, I don't know. Nothing about this case makes sense. You can't make it make sense. Yeah, they didn't. The people that have pretended to be their friend, taping them. I don't tape a friend. I don't. Then coming on YouTube to tell about it. No. If I tape them, if playing devil's advocate here, if I went up there with the reason of I'm going to be your friend, and I'm sincere about it, I'm not going to record them. But if I did have a recording and I really was doing it for summer, I would turn it into the police and I would not come on a YouTube channel sharing it. And a lot of people say, well, that Subaru was paid for. Was it bought by the church as like a cult thing? Heard that. I actually heard that one day. First of all, I didn't know cults bought you vehicles, but anyway, that's neither here nor there. But people, I'm pretty sure I heard on a live, and I have been looking for it. This is the whole reason I started over on the interviews. Don say that it was a buy here, pay here. You don't finance those. And another thing that I'm sorry, but it sticks out in my head. If we believe what H said, that there was a phone call that came from Don to Candace while they were at Walgreens, and he was saying that there was somebody up there trying to touch the little kids. Okay? Well, who was having problems with Jackie Dobbs? Would it have been possible that to stir crap, because we know how she likes to talk, that maybe she did tell Dawn that? Because she herself said that she just got this strange, weird vibe. It was crazy. And she went to the point of telling him, because it was crazy, it was just weird, that if she saw him, because her daughter's window was facing that property, anywhere up there doing anything other than mowing, then she wasn't going to think twice. To what? Think twice to what? Anyway, so she was already thinking about him being a perv. Yes, Flies, you're right. And Flies on the Coastlaw says every religion worships differently. SDA Church has a missing child's drill. That's why they called Robin and David Dotson that day. Okay, and let's go a little further. That church is not just a church, it is also a school. I agree, but I also will go a step further and say that I also think they like to have a good time. Yes, he did, and he admitted to that. Now, another thing that I do want to mention is, well, give me just a second. Let me find it. Just a second, y'all. Okay, I want to show you all something. And I'm sure everybody's seen, I know you've seen this, but let's go over it a little bit. Now, listen what he says right here.
It's not unusual for, country folk in the middle of, quite frankly, nowhere. Okay. Sure.
Okay, right here.
As you can tell, the house in of itself, is not unusual for, country folk in the middle of, quite frankly, nowhere. Okay. And in this case, obviously, middle Tennessee. And so I was not shocked by any of the stuff inside until I went into the basement. And then I saw, some of the way the kids were you know, basically.
Now, remember what he's doing here. Listen to what he's saying.
Sleeping and the sleeping conditions and everything like that. But you know, when you don't have a lot of, you know, things and stuff in the world, okay, then of course, you know, it can be a living situation, right? I mean, coming from Southern California, there are, you know, barrios and neighborhoods that, you know, quite frankly, they have nothing. And when you walk into a home, there's, you know, 15, you know, people living in the same house, and they're atrocious, but they're still people. And
Okay, now let's think about that, you all. Is it any different? Because I'm sorry, I firmly believe that the way they were, I mean, it was after that interview with Candace that everybody started talking about the house. And don't get me wrong, it was dirty. But do we know what it was like before law enforcement showed up flipping it? No, we don't. Do I think it was thoughtless? No. But the judgment started with these interviews. And let me see here. Let me see if it's. Let me see.
Me and my mom and.
Just a second. See if it's in this one, because this is the one that he was going over it. Let me see here. Okay, right up here. Listen to this. Now, it has been said time and time again that she told him he could not go in the building, right?
That's what they did.
and they're kind of a Jack Russell. They got a little Jack Russell.
Jack Russell, yeah. Actually, the gentleman that lives over there in the other trailer across the creek.
Right here.
Now, what's this little shed over here?
Oh, that one there?
Yeah.
That's where Donnie keeps all his fish.
Got it.
Now, listen real closely.
Hey, can I go look? No.
You can go look, but it's a mess.
No.
She said, you can go look, but it's a mess. He is the one that said no.
Hey, can I go look? No.
You can go look, but
You can go look,
it's a mess.
but it's a mess. And then she goes with him as far as saying no. So, is it fair to say that he also, let me see. Yeah, he did. And I don't think it should have been cut out. But how many times have you heard it said that she said he could not go in that building, in that shed? That's not what she said. She said, you can go look, but it's a mess. He said, no. And then she went with it. I imagine, because at this point, they've done went through the house. She's probably already embarrassed enough. I would have been. Yeah, he's a lot of people's obsessed with the shed. They are. Now, do I think that he needs to be, how can I word this? If Don did what is alleged that he did to his stepsisters, the man needs to live under the prison. But I do not feel like it should be brought into Summer's case. I don't. Yeah. Yep. Yes. Blue Moon, you're right. Now, I'm telling you, if I'm very particular in my house, okay? So I'm going to be the first one to admit that the first time I saw that interview, I was like, oh my goodness. I immediately made judgments in my own mind. I didn't go on YouTube screaming about it, but I judged her, you all. Lord forgive me, but I did. I thought, how in the world can somebody live like that? But you see what I did was I went by what I know. I wasn't thinking of the house being flipped. I wasn't. I didn't have all the information. I shouldn't have judged. It's not my place to. But I did. And I feel bad about it. Oh, Jody Sue Brown. Jody Sue Brown's ready to just blame anybody. Tree trimmers. Yep. That's what you do. You come to work, kidnap you a kid, hide that kid, I guess, while you finish work. But yet they took out at 3 o'clock. But yet there is also a video that was accidentally done after 3 o'clock. So, oh my goodness. Don't even get me started. And then last night, the creator that come up saying, this one's, the neighbor said it, Jose said it. Well, rest in peace. But people, let's be real. When he came out, he first said it was summer. Or it was cold. I do remember that. It was cold. And then the second interview, it was hot. He was in a tank top. Got sunburnt. They wasn't using their phone, evidently, to call and find motels. They was walking up and down the street. Well, I've been to the motels down there because I did go to Ben Hill because I wanted to see what it looked like for myself. It looks a lot different than it does on here. But guess what I got at the motel? I got a signal. I don't know. Flies in the coleslaw. Did it sound like a shape? You know, like the shape of grass? Did it sound like that? If it sounded like a shape, you sure did. Sounded like a snake, huh? Hello, the real rockin' Robin. It was horrible. And I'm not saying, I am not saying that their living conditions was great. I'm not. Would I let my kids there? Nope. Probably wouldn't take my little poodle there. Being completely honest. But I will also say that I've saw worse. You work in home health for a while, you'll see worse. snake shape. You know, my granny always said that when a dog does something wrong, it'll look down there towards the ground. But a snake will look you dead in the eyes. I mean, if I was given some friendly advice, I would say this to JSB. If you're not guilty, shut up. You want a channel? That's fine. But keep Summer's name out of it because you're destroying this case. There is nobody out there stalking you, looking in your trailer windows. Nobody's doing that. And if they are, how about this? How about you get a video of their face doing it? Not of a hand that looks like it's in a glove. And I will also note that during all that, she seems to know what this person was thinking when they was writing. She makes a comment. She says, it's real hard to disguise your handwriting real time, ain't it? I'm sorry. If people can prove it different, fine, but I think she is the one who made the video, in my opinion. Be just a minute. Okay, I'm sorry, y'all. My young come in again. I think it was her writing it. I really do. Because, in my opinion, I think she was flipping up and telling what the person was thinking. Well, the only way you can tell what the person was thinking is if you were the person writing it. I think she's got a bad case of wanting to be relevant. She thinks she's the only one with real information. No, ma'am. You know about what we do. And like I've always said, her knowing that Summer was missing or looking for Summer before she ever knew she was missing, that's a red flag to me. Yeah, and she was hyper vigilant. She was hyper vigilant and managed to miss every important thing, evidently, that day. Let me ask you something. If you are hyper vigilant, do you hear a scream and decide to mark it off like it's an animal? I even tried to think, well, maybe it was a dog. I think that's how she put it. Even though I knew better. Really? Well, that's just not normal behavior. And then she says, before she was getting into the creek, she said, even though, and then she stops. You got into the creek, even though, what was you going to say? You come down the driveway at 6:09, yet dispatch call is at 6:26. They said she's been gone 10 minutes. Why didn't you see them? If somebody took her, Jody Sue, you would have been at the end of that driveway. if the times are right. And getting in the creek to hide your scent, because, everybody around there knows how things go when people go missing. Because evidently there's so many people missing on being healed, they're handing out pamphlets. What to do, what not to do. And she jumps in that creek before she knows summer's gone. I mean, she even says it. Now, if I would have heard a scream, and then when I'm coming down, I hear the mother screaming a child's name, I am not thinking that somebody has done went and got gone. And I hate that word, got gone. But anyways, I wouldn't be thinking, oh my goodness, there's an abduction took place. I'm probably thinking, especially when that kid has 3 brothers, that one of them has got hurt. I'm heading up that hill to help. I'm not jumping in the creek like 007 looking for a kid I don't know is gone. It makes no sense. And I don't care what speed you play it on. It makes no sense. And like I said, some people are trying. And I don't get it. Why do people think I am her? I'm not. Why would I do a live like this if I was? But just for those that, may have missed it earlier. Not Jody Sue. Yeah, she's thinking of search dogs, the scent, not to mention they stopped at her feet, evidently. I would think a good handler would have stopped everything and got the cops. Hey, it's alerted on her feet. Yeah. See, that's how it would. I guarantee, though, that mother told him he's missing, right? And everybody went looking. I bet there wasn't no neighbor just nonchalantly said, you know what? I bet that kid's missing because I heard its mommy screaming for it a minute ago. Yes, and I have got that. She told Squaw that there was a part of the driveway that you could have just a second. Let me see if I can find it on my phone. Just a minute. Just a second, y'all. I think I've got Okay, just a second. I'm still here. I'm just looking for this one clip that I had of her saying that. I did have it. I don't know if I got rid of it or. But she does. She says that you could hide right there and it'd be like nothing at all. The only way you would know that is if you'd hid there and watched that basement door at the Wells's before. Not only that, but in one of her interviews, where she's all dressed up, I think it might have been that day that she was on WJLC or whatever, that she did the news conference. She says that if you were in the Wills's house and you pulled up, you wouldn't be able to hear, because even with Baltimore's F-150 or whatever truck he had, I don't think it was an F-150, probably a Tacoma. I don't know. It was a truck, but said if you pulled up that basement door, they couldn't hear you in the house. Do y'all remember her saying that? If you pulled up to the Wells' basement door, the Wells couldn't hear you in the house. Okay, I got a question for somebody who claims that she was just, like casually knew the neighbors, like talk at the mailbox, and because of their situation, which took them years to realize they had in common, but they weren't friends, they wouldn't. And she hadn't been up there in the house. So you tell me, how do you know that if Andy's truck pulls up to the basement door, you can't hear it in the house? I mean, could she have? Possible. But from everything that I've heard, she wasn't driving, because he was picking her up at the end of the driveway that day. The day she was miraculously healed too, because earlier in that day, her son had to help her get up and go outside. He had to help her because she was having problems walking. And later on, she's Ellie Mae Clampett jumping into the creek. Oh. And I agree. I mean, I do. I agree wholeheartedly. And probably couldn't hear anybody. But my question is, at that point in time, how did Jody Sue know that? Yep, she's jumping in creeks. She's hiking in them woods at the nighttime. I have lupus, and I'm going to tell you, I don't bounce back that quick. But she's going out there at night in the dark. Why? Why? Don't say it was because you was concerned about Summer, because, we've all seen those text messages where you were griping even about church people being over there, because you lost some sleep. And all the videos over the property. Jody Sue, was you afraid? Was you afraid Jackie was going to move in there and he didn't know what the neighborhood was like and their secret keeping and all that? Was you afraid he's going to see you do illegal activity? I had to wonder, because you was taking a bit of a piece of land that you said wasn't worth nothing. I mean, I'm sorry, but that's what it looks like. And I don't know. I mean, if we wanted to speculate, we could speculate why one neighbor said he saw Candace at his driveway at little after 4. Around that 4:42 where Jody Sue was supposed to heard a scream. That type of 4. But yeah, if we wanted to speculate, we could say that she was walking over or buying something from you, Jody Sue. I mean, you were saying that Andy was selling drugs. Only you saying that Andy was selling drugs to the kids on 110. Because, it ain't bad enough that he's selling it to adults. You had to throw kids in there. And then backtrack. Yeah, coming down the driveway at 6:09. But now my question is this. If she was coming down that driveway at 6:09, and if it is a fact, Summer had only been missing for 10 minutes, like is said in the dispatch call, why didn't she see more? Hello, Miss Deb. I mean, it puts her down there when Summer goes missing. You got the SD cards mysteriously gone. You've also got 5 people that said they saw her son sneaking around on the Wells property after Summer went gone. What was sold? But now, for somebody who knew everything that was going on that hill, what she didn't know is they had a pool, evidently, allegedly. Well, we've seen the pictures of that. Yep. And like I said, I mean, she may not be guilty of nothing but being a nosy neighbor that runs her mouth too much. But Jody Sue, if that is true, you need to shut up, ma'am. I mean, come on. And I'm just going to put this out there since I'm in the mood anyway. She says she's been terrorized. She's been stalked. She's been threatened. She went as far as to say that somebody was threatening her daughter. In no way do I agree that stuff like that, I mean, that's ridiculous if they are. But we've seen no proof of it, okay? But let me tell you something. If somebody goes to threaten one of my kids, their well-being is worth way more than my mouth on YouTube. I would delete it and shut it down. Because my number one priority is my kids. Everything else, it don't matter. Yeah, every statement she said is unfounded, Miss Sim. I mean, she, like I said, and I've said it over and over and over again, her information is as useless as a screen door on a submarine. Yeah. And another thing, this is a very good point. It reminds me of something I was going to say. This is a good point. She is on live all the time. You would think she would catch something on a video. But with that same sense, I have to ask, if you're on a live for 9 hours a day, all the time, when are you feeding your kids? When are you cleaning your house? I mean, we see that mess, Jody Sue, when your phone fell over. And your house ain't been flipped by cops. I sure hope so, Miss Deb. I really do. Summer needs answers. I mean, she does. And he said he called 911 and they had to transfer him because he wasn't in Hawkins County. And I can verify that because when I first started doing lives, somebody asked me, would they transfer you to Hawkins County? So guess what I done? I called. And yes, they will transfer you to the county that it's happening in. That was what I was told. You want me to tell you why? I can show you better. I can tell you. Just a second. I'll show you why she's on here. Okay. Yeah, let me show you why she's on here. And people can say what they want, but this is my opinion. Because this right here. Right here. Let's make it bigger for you, Jody Sue. People wanting to donate to her. You know. It's always pinned during a live. But yet she does lives talking about people making money off of Summer. Well, there you are. Right here's your video that day. And nobody has to look at this and say, well, maybe it was just that one. No, won't you go look? It's in all of them. Let's see for a minute. You know, what do y'all think the chances of me that Jody Sue's online right now? Let's see. Well, she ain't online, people. How about that? Let's watch this, though, right quick. Let me see if I can find that video while I'm in here. Alrighty, here we go. Yeah, I think I'm going to go over this. And guess what? I'm allowed to under the Fair Use Act. So, just a second. Okay.
Okay, guys, so this is the crazy video that was posted to us last night.
Okay.
Okay, guys, so this
Just a second.
is
Just a second. It's got it messed up. Just a second. I'll be right with y'all. Okay, bear with me just a second. Okay. Let me see here. We may just be able to. I'm wanting it to play it. This storm's trying to knock it out. Okay. Let me do it like this. Come on, why ain't you working right?
I asked this group for receipts. The title of the video. Okay, guys, so this is the crazy video that was posted up.
Let me see here. Okay. Maybe this will show it. I see a hand, but no. This is weird. Well, let me see if it'll play a different one and come back to it.
I'm going to tell you the easiest way to make money.
Okay. Now let's see if it works.
Okay,
Oh my
guys,
gosh,
so
what is up with that?
The crazy video that was posted up. Okay, guys, so this is...
Okay, that's messed up from the floor up. I tried to fix it, but evidently the storm. But go watch that video, because I'm telling you, I think that's her. I think she's doing that junk herself. Okay, I'm going to try one more thing. Okay. Okay, let me see if this works now.
Okay, guys, so this is... and the people who do whatever it is on their newest timeline they've given me again. Because, believe it or not, it ain't the first time they've tried to blackmail, harm, hurt on a timeline.
Jody said, you have done more damage to this case than anybody has. Oh my goodness. I can't say trigger warning, but I will say ear warning. Some loud music. It is terrible. Why'd you pick it? It's very terrible. Okay. Now it's just going to buffer. But I would say this. If there is any proof whatsoever, why don't she post it? Why don't she post real receipts instead of blurry screenshots? Okay. But yeah, it's people. If I was thinking of anybody that's killed themselves in this case, has done more damage in this case, has lied about more things in this case, it points to one woman. Oh, no, I wasn't talking to nobody in particular. It's trying to storm again, so it does seem familiar. It sure does. But, I mean, she's not said that people have been terrorizing her. I mean, this isn't the first time. Evidently, it's been going on for a year. Even before. I mean, everybody using her abuser against her. I'm not saying she was not abused. I'm not. But I don't think there's people stalking her. I don't think people are threatening her. And if she really, really does care about that kid, if somebody was threatening it, why are you choosing YouTube over your child? Why not delete your YouTube? Because there's nothing on this internet that means more to me than my kids do. Nothing. Yeah. Put a 1 in chat if you'd stay on YouTube if your kids was legitimately being threatened, harmed, and terrorized. Put a 2 if you think it's hogwash. It very well could be. Yeah, it could be the ghost of her pets. I think she did. I really do. I think Miss M at this point, she probably does. And I'll be honest with you. I think she's paranoid, delusional. I mean, I'm just speaking for myself. You can terrorize me all day long. I may overlook it. But you come at my kids and you're messing with somebody that I will guarantee you it will be your last bad mistake. And I'm sure not going to stay on YouTube and broadcast everywhere that I am. Not if people's looking for me. I'm not going to sit there and talk for 9 hours a day. First and foremost, I'm going to invest in some good cameras. After that, guess what? This hillbilly redneck is buying more shells. Take it how you want. But there is no way I'd let somebody threaten my children. And me just sit there and just smoke and talk online. Real slow like, so everybody can understand me. And I think she does that on purpose. Because the videos before Summer went missing, she's talking fine. Yeah, it is. It is. I think it's just, and just like the Jody Sue that was supposed to come into chat the other night. Now, I ain't seen that live. Just heard her mention it. But honestly, that was probably Jody Sue too. And I'll tell you, one thing that really bothered me with Jody Sue is when she was asking her kid what its father said about her in the wee hours of the night, and this kid is crying and she's fixing her hair. You know what? If your kid is upset, you're supposed to log off and comfort that kid. You don't play a game of Clue on YouTube. Yeah. Oh yeah, I would too, Blue Moon. I'm the people that have followed me, that have been loyal subs and supporters, they know it don't just have to be my kid. Any kids. That's my weak spot. Exactly. Don't ever put your child in adult problems. If he did that to this kid, then she should be protecting that child, not bringing that child on her channel, whether it's just her voice or not. She says she has earphones in, but it's a funny thing to me that sometimes those earphones don't work, right? Yeah. Yeah, a little old man at the end of the driveway was terrifying to her. I don't know that for a fact, Robin. I don't know that. And I really doubt that anybody else has got hardcore facts on that. They may have speculation. They may have hearsay. But I don't like to go off hearsay and speculation, and especially vindictive talking. And I think a lot of these people do that. Just like a lot of people try to say that Summer was SA'd. We have no proof. None. No proof. And you know what's good about that, Robin, is that you're able to admit that it's just hearsay and you don't know it for a fact. And I'm not targeting you at all. We will be doing a live with Robin because we want to bring attention to her daughter. Her Jody Sue, what is an actual monster, has a hearing coming up. I think it's in 2023, right, Robin? But to be released. Her 5-year-old kid was murdered. And now, because the person that murdered her was a teen at the time, or kid itself at the time, they're wanting to do another hearing. If I'm understanding that right, I don't want to say too much of me not knowing 100% the facts. But if you saw the news clip that I saw, when they asked him why he kept stabbing her, he wanted to make sure she was dead. We don't need people like that on the streets. Yep. Yep, it sure is. If people want to bring awareness to Summer, that's good. Don't put stuff that are lies out there and state it as facts. We watched a clip of a creator, JLR, I'll just put it out there, say, and he said it like it was facts. They went to the hospital. Grandma's knee was a hurting. She went and got a pain shot, and then continue on. Nowhere do we know that she got a pain shot. She said something for inflammation. That's what she said. She didn't say jack diddly do about no pain shot. No, he should never be released. Never. Robin, would you like to come up and tell everybody about a little bit about your case? That way, when we plan it, they'll know what I'm talking about. Completely up to you, hun, but I'll put the link in the chat. You are more than welcome. And can I just brag on flies on the coleslaw for a minute? Isn't she just the sweetest person? I've got to get to know her, and I really, really, really like her as a person. She is a great human being. And Aurora, flies on the coleslaw, Blue Moon, all my mods, I appreciate y'all. All of my subs, I appreciate every single one of you. You mean the world to me. I mean, you stuck with me, and I can't even go live as much as I want to, or I couldn't. The kids head back to school tomorrow, so hopefully I'll remedy that. Let me see here. Yeah, they do give you cortisone. I know sometimes that's what I get when I get in bad shape with my lupus. I am too. I'm glad the new viewers found us. If you are new to my channel, I do want to take this time right here to tell you, everybody's opinions are valued, and I want this to be a place where people can discuss stuff like adults. But I am not big on people stating things like they are facts when they are opinions. If people have an opinion, that's fine. But saying, like I saw last night, saying, you know that he was a essay in her. I mean, all these people have said it. Well, you stated it, speculation, right in your statement. All these people have said it. Was you there? Do you have proof? If not, shut up. Oh, thank you, Miss Deb. You may be the only person, well, but, I mean, just a second. I'm back. But thank you so much. But yeah, I mean, I want everybody to feel welcome here, and I do too. I miss her very bad. I worry about her. But you know, sometimes you just gotta take a break, people. Okay. Sorry, y'all. My daughter came in again. If it ain't the rain, it's the kids every time, I'm telling you. Yes. Be praying for Squall. Be praying for people in Kentucky that's lost their home, lost their lives. I don't know if anything's going on with Squall, but I'd say she's like me. She sure don't care for somebody to pray for. But you all, just a second. It's May the 24th this year. Let me see here, Robin. Okay, just a minute, and I'll see if I can't pull that up. Okay, I'm going to try to share this. This is about Robin's daughter. She is in chat. And like I said, I will be doing a live with her here pretty soon. But this will give you kind of an idea of what we're talking about. Just a second. Okay. Let me see, y'all. Bear with me. Okay. Okay, now, here we go. Just a second. Okay, just a second, y'all.
Happening across the country. The U.S. Supreme Court determined life behind bars was cruel and unusual punishment for kids. Now juveniles convicted and sentenced to life in prison without parole are being resentenced. Their victims and the victims' families are now reliving their darkest days, including a Battle Creek mom.
Nichole didn't like dolls. She liked cars and
Okay, let me know if you can hear it in chat. Yes, please put up a trigger warning. Okay, if you can hear me, let me know. If you can hear what it's playing, let me know. Hello, Music City Mom. Can you all hear what's playing? Okay. All right. Okay.
Rock Zoo Climbing 3. Nicole was born in January 1989. She was the prettiest baby I ever seen in my life. But nobody's gonna forget Nicole. It was so brutal. Her murder was so brutal.
Robin Buonodono will never forget the last time she saw her daughter alive. The 5-year-old was wearing pink socks. It was April 26, 1994, the day Nichole Van Nody was murdered by the kid next door.
It was like maybe 3:45. I called the police. I told them, I said, my daughter's missing. I don't see her anywhere. I went on my own looking and I was screaming for her.
The next day, Battle Creek detective Tim Hurt finds Nicole's pink sock in an abandoned home, right across the street from where she lived with her mom.
When I went down in the basement, I saw Nicole's clothing. I saw her pink sock, her tennis shoes, and I saw trauma. I knew from that point in time that she was either seriously injured or possibly dead.
Feet away from that abandoned home, in a shallow grave, he finds a garbage bag.
And as we untied the bag, it revealed a little girl, small little girl, possibly 5 years old, and from the pink sock that was on her foot, it matches the pink sock in the house. I had reason to believe this was Nichole, and she was dead.
It was one of the first and only times the now retired detective cried on the job.
It was truly the worst thing I had ever seen in my career, and probably is the worst thing to this day.
The little girl's killer was standing behind Hurt, watching him open the garbage bag. 16-year-old Jason Simons. In a 1994 police interrogation, Simons admits to hitting Nichole in the head with a hatchet, severely beating her and raping her.
Now listen to this, and you tell me if this person needs out.
The why, according to investigators, because he wanted to.
He saw Nichole in her yard, and that he asked her if she wanted to play with his sister.
Nichole was friends with Simon's stepsister. They often played together at the abandoned home. It had become their playhouse.
When she steps inside the stairs, he hits her in the head with that hatchet. And then he carries her downstairs to an area that was clear, and he told us that he struck her several times with a wooden pole and also a metal curtain rod. And when I asked him, I said, why did you strike her? He said he wanted to make sure that she was dead.
More than a year later, on May 4th, 1995, Simons is sentenced.
It's said to the court that Jason Simons, that you spend the remainder of your natural life without the possibility of parole within the custody of the Michigan Department of Corrections.
Right now, Simons is here at the Richard A. Handlin Correctional Facility in Ionia. He's been behind bars for 28 years. His first chance at freedom will be discussed this upcoming fall in a Miller hearing. It's a hearing decided by a U.S. Supreme Court ruling that states mandatory sentences of life without parole are unconstitutional for juvenile offenders.
So the big argument is that the people that are getting life without parole, they should be few and far between. So when the courts are looking at these things, the argument is being made that not enough people are getting parole.
Calhoun County Prosecutor David Gilbert says the court will consider his age, maturity, and peer pressure, among other mitigating factors.
At some certain age, you know the seriousness of what you're doing about some things. And you know life is precious. You know that if you do something, if you hit somebody with a hatchet, they might just die. And you know that when you're burying them, they are dead.
Simons, now 44, will know in November if he'll get a reduced sentence. Redemption, to live a life again outside of these walls.
Can I just add right here that they have already stated that he said that he kept hitting her because he wanted to make sure she was dead? Is that not blatantly? He knew what he was doing. He knew the outcome. He needs to stay where he is.
There's nothing inside of me that believes that he can be rehabilitated.
After 28 years in prison, he still lived more life than her 5-year-old daughter ever got to have.
28 years of hell. I always said I'm going to be my daughter's voice until I can't breathe.
Simons is one of 2 juvenile offenders left in Calhoun County to be resentenced. Those new sentences take into account time already served. Over the next 3 years, 3 other convicted killers in Calhoun County could be released. To find out who they are and their victims, go to our website, wwmt.com. In studio, Ali Jenner-John, News Channel 3.
So I know Robin was asking people to write letters to the judge. No name calling in the letters. Please keep it professional. I will find that address and I will post it on the community wall. People like that don't need out. Absolutely do not need out. I really want to thank everybody for joining me today. Hello, Susan. I'm glad to see you in here. Oh, just a second. Robin's up. Hello, Robin.
Hi. Yes, he does
How
need
you
to
doing
stay.
today?
Yes, he does need to stay where he's at. But because of that statute that the United States Supreme Court passed in 2012, he's going to be sentenced to term of years, which could be 40 or 60. I'm hoping that because it's a female judge that she will go ahead and sentence him to 60 years because of the severity of the crime. I'm going to hell. I've been going to hell for 28 years, thinking and thinking and thinking, and all I can do is how my daughter died, how she died. That's all I think about. And how people say, you're supposed to forgive. How I hate him.
Honey, I have no idea. I really don't. Like I've told you before, I've lost 2 kids, but I didn't have them taken from me. And especially not in such a violent manner as that. I'll be honest with you, I don't understand why they just don't keep him life without parole.
Right.
I
That's what he
mean,
was.
if he gets to 60 years, what are the chances that he still may get out on time served is
He,
what I would be.
yes, he will get the 28 years that he's already served given to him. So he'll do 30 something years.
Have you ever spoken with him?
I can't.
If I ask you anything it's too hard to answer, just tell me. I will not take it as rude. We'll just move on.
I can't talk to him.
I can understand that.
I mean,
Did he ever give an ex? I'm sorry.
I've never talked to him. Um, I've written him letters after I've left Michigan, and I've never heard anything. I've told him to call me collect. I've never heard anything, and I don't even think that they gave him those letters I wrote him, and that's when um that's way before he got sentenced at 17.
Um, I think sometimes it helps the audience if Can you go back to that day of like what she was doing? I know we watched the news clip, but they're always vague on information. I was wondering, was there other people there? Was it just him? Do you know?
You know, Nichole had her best friend was his stepsister, and it was a normal day for her. That's what she did every day. She went over to play with her best friend, and her name was Nikki. They called her Nikki, and they called Nichole because her name was Nichole, but they called her Nikki. So, but no, I did not know that Nikki wasn't home. That's how I know he premeditated this. And I did not know what he said when he was 16. He did it because he wanted to. I didn't know that until she interviewed me. I didn't know any of that. I didn't even know that when he went to court on the 17th and was sentenced.
Oh, I cannot imagine. I cannot imagine. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but you all searched for her overnight, didn't you?
Oh, yeah. We searched for her in the pouring. Can you believe April 26th? It was pouring down, freezing rain in April. And there was hundreds of us screaming. He made one big mistake, and he told his friend what he did to my daughter, and he called the police.
Now, do you care to tell the chat what happened to his, was it his stepsister?
His
Because it
step
ain't just one life that he ruined. Yeah.
his stepsister actually, um I had went I have been going up to Michigan for some years to rally to keep my daughter's name out and to keep, focus on, the news. I always ask the news to follow me so it'll be on the news so everybody sees it that I'm there and I'm rallying for my daughter. I'm not going to shut up. In fact, this next week is going to be a pretrial conference, and tomorrow I'm going to go over to my daughter-in-law's and we're going to print the petition. This is the second petition I have sent out. The first one went out 1,600 signatures. This one is 1,095. I'm telling this judge I'm not quitting. I'm not quitting. Of course, I can't change the laws. I can't fight the United States Supreme Court, but I will not shut up. And if they would let me come up there for a week, I would get a bullhorn and I would rally and I would yell. I mean, I got a big mouth to begin with, so I really don't need a bullhorn.
And you are still wanting people to write the judge, correct?
Oh yeah. Yes. So what
Now, do we
happened?
know when the new trial date is?
No. What happened was the defense attorney, from my understanding, his defense attorney, she quit. So now they have to brief the other one, the new one. So that's why I
So he
said
needs
20,
time to prepare the case, is what they're saying, correct?
he or she, yes, I don't know. I don't know who it is.
When you get that petition, do you care to send me a link to it? And I'll post the petition. I'll sign the petition. Uh, People, I want to stress this man is in prison right now.
Yes.
but there is a chance that he could get out. You want to do something to help, sign this petition, write the judge, and like I said, be mature in the judge in the letters. Don't be calling no names.
No cussing. No cussing. The judge will
No,
not read anything.
exactly. Um, and ask for him to get the max of what they will give him. Um, because if he gets back on the streets, it could be your kid. The next one could be your kid. Now, in my personal opinion, I think it's pretty plain that it was not only premeditated, but he knew what he was doing and wanted to do it. He knew what the outcome would have been.
Right. And it's not like Jason's ever been in trouble because he was a honor roll student. It's not like he's ever been in trouble. He's not, I mean, before Jason got my daughter, he was killing animals. And he was killing them in the basement of that abandoned house where he murdered and raped my daughter. And I didn't
Um,
find that out until 20 something years ago when I found that out. They let 20 something years ago go by and to tell me that they saw Jason trying to feed a kitten to a pit bull. And I was yelling in the phone. I'm like, you know what? I don't even want to hear this. Nobody did shit. Nobody did nothing, you know. That boy should have been took care of a long time ago. Something should have been noticed. He had a father and a stepmother. And I went to his father and I said, "What happened?" And he's just shaking his head, bowed his head. He's like, "I don't know, Miss Robin. I really don't know. He was up all night watching these evil movies." And I'm like, "What you're telling me? He was possessed." You got to remember, I was
yeah.
only 30. I was only 32. You know, I was 32 years old when my daughter was took. I have done this for 28 years and I'm 60 years old. I don't have time to keep on going on and on and on. We were supposed to go to court last year. We were supposed to go to court this year. Now they're saying 2023. I can't take it anymore. My
I
son
can't
is to the
imagine.
point my son is to the point where he wants him to get out so he can handle it. I'm like, you don't need to bother with it. You have 5 kids.
Oh, goodness. I want to say first and foremost that I applaud you. The name of her Facebook at Flies on the Coastlaw. If you don't care, put that in the chat as well. Yeah, the name of her Facebook is We Are Nicole's Voice, and Robin, you have been her voice, and I have no clue. I mean, I don't know what you're going through. I really don't. Um, Me and Robin's talked before, so she knows my story. Um, and that, I mean, the 14th marked 17 years for me uh, that I buried 2 of my kids. But like I said, it was in a house fire. Nobody took them from me. Um,
That's so bad, though. I can't imagine. I mean, I know God did not let Nicole suffer. I know this. I trust my God. He would not let a child suffer.
yes, ma'am.
Always
Um,
got I did try to reach out to Candace. I did. I really tried to reach out to Candace. I wanted to talk to her and let her know, I know this. Okay. I know this. I've buried 2 children, and my son was 29 years old, and he had epileptic seizures, and he drowned while he was fishing. And Candace ignored me and blocked me, and just a simple question: what happened with Summer? No answer, just blocked me. But I do also have a summer group, and I've got 14K people in my group, and they totally respect me. I don't put up with the negativity. I don't put up with the drama. I don't put up with, because I follow JLR and I follow Don B, and most of my group for summer is Don B and JLR. It's not, the he say, she say.
Mm. Let me ask you something, because you have been there, um, and you could probably shed more light on some of this than the majority of us that's just watching back with um, glazed eyes, to say the most. Nichole was missing overnight, and you all were searching.
Nichole
Now,
Nichole
if
was missing 20 minutes over the time limit she had, and I called the police. Nichole was supposed to come home every 15 minutes, and she was right across the street, and she knew she was supposed to come home every 15 minutes.
mm,
And
it
she
it
didn't.
had to be pure panic. I mean, I can't even imagine. It had to be pure panic.
The detectives went down to the candy store, which was on the same block that we lived, and he said, "Yeah, Nichole come in, but she was by herself, which was unusual because I'm always with her. I was always with her, and my other kids were always with her. And we all went to the candy store to get candy, and Jason gave Nichole 2 dimes to go to the store, but he said, "But you got to come back and share it with me," and that's when he got her. I don't understand how people do these things to children, but this was Nichole's routine.
Mm. I think I read somewhere, wasn't she like the first customer of the day at the candy store?
Yes, yes. Nichole didn't even go to kindergarten. She went to Head Start. She didn't even make it to kindergarten.
My heart breaks for you, Robin. It really does. Um, I was going to ask you though. I mean, you know how it went with you. How would you? Okay, if say she wasn't a fountain and people had been coming at you the way that they've come at the wells, how would that have affected you?
I I can't really answer that because that didn't happen to me. Um, but my dad, he did tell me that people weren't going to leave me alone, that they were always going to be at my house checking on me, seeing if everything was okay. Because, this was national news, this was all on the news. And my dad, he was like, just I want y'all to move here to Florida, and I'm like, you know, I don't even know where Florida is. I don't know. I don't know where Florida is, and I got this jalopy I'm driving, and I'm driving to Florida with my two kids and a trunk full of whatever, and it took me 2 days to get there. I got lost. I've never been to Florida, and I called him from a town 30 minutes from where they stayed at, and he's like, "Well, where are you?" I'm like, "Well, what kind of question is that?"
Oh.
Don't you have caller ID? You're asking me where I'm at. I mean, I'm surprised I found a payphone, and I'm in I don't know where I'm at.
I mean, Blue Moon in chat. I mean, she's got a good point. A lot of people befriended the whales, and I mean, ultimately they turned on them. And on this channel, I mean, I don't accuse if I've not got, proof. And I mean, not defending Candace in any way, but she had been, she had a lot of fake friends. With friends like Candace's, she didn't need no enemies. So, I mean, not making excuses, but that may have been, she may have thought you were like them. You know what I'm saying?
When I first
But
opened up my
I can't pretend to know what she was thinking. I'm just saying a lot of people came out of the woodwork saying that they wanted, because I messaged when this first happened. I messaged Candace. I didn't get no reply or anything like that. But I mean, Lord, how many friends have they had come out releasing phone calls? And I just can't imagine all that. I really can't. Um, when I lost my kids, I had a lot of support. I had the support of the community, my family. Um, I could have called somebody and talked to them at any time of the day. I feel that in my heart, and I feel like I still could today. But with that being said, when it first happened, it just didn't seem real, and almost like it wouldn't happen to me. And the reality of it didn't set in until I was alone, when everybody else's life went back to normal and mine wouldn't.
I was in a psych hospital. I was under they gave me Valium. My kids were placed in temporary CPS custody because I couldn't I was out of it. I didn't know what to do. I didn't even realize that I actually had that responsibility. I'm like, I wanted to just die. I wanted to die with her. I beat my car up. I I wanted to get a hold of him so bad, but he was already took away, and I beat my car up. I busted every window. I broke the whole car down to the tires, and someone came and said, "Do you want to sell this?" I'm like, "Go ahead and take it."
I can't say that I would have been any different, to be honest with you.
It was either that or try to go after somebody, but who would I go after? It's not his parents' fault, you
Did
know?
his parents ever say anything? I mean,
You know, his his stepmother had left already, so it was him and his dad and his sisters that lived there. And um he doesn't know this, but his stepsister Nikki, she died of a drug overdose about a year and a half ago, and his step aunt just passed away for from stage 4 cancer a couple weeks ago. So, I mean, he probably don't know this.
Hmm.
But
And
if he turned
Kiko
if he
has a good
turned
point
out
in the chat too. Um, People, we don't know what happened to Summer. We don't. My opinion, if she was took, it's somebody that knew her. It could have been very well just like Robin, a neighbor, and or she could have wandered off. She could have had an accident. I tend to think, yeah, she may have wandered off because we've also got to keep in mind that Summer's footprints was hid on, and not one but two different places.
mm-hmm.
And that isn't hearsay. Dave Rader spoke of the footprints. They
Mm-hmm.
couldn't tell if somebody was with her because people had been searching and their footprints was around it. But because they had Summer scent, it hit on the footprints. So we don't know. We don't know what happened. I mean, law enforcement don't know. We sure don't. Right, Robin?
Right. And like when I first opened up my summer group, I was dogging people about saying things about Candace and Don. And now that it's been all this time, I'm just doing my own thing on her group. Like I said, I get the YouTubes from JLR and Don B, and I put them in the group. And I'm a different kind of summer moon group. I'm not about, if you want to discuss this amongst yourself, fine. But if I see anything in here about da 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 da, you're gonna have to leave because I'm not. I don't know. You don't know. The police, I think they have an idea, but because they're not gonna tell nobody anything. And with the Miller case versus Alabama, people need to Google that because I really don't honestly think that Donald's going to go and do time for what he did 40 years ago. Because 40 years ago, I mean, if Utah even has it, it's the Miller case versus Alabama, which protects juveniles.
Hmm.
Now, they do say that Utah doesn't have any statues, but it's everywhere. Trust me, it's everywhere because I talk to the victim advocates a couple times a week because I need to talk to somebody and get my frustrations out.
Oh, that's completely understandable. Um, if one of the mods don't care, put that judge's address again in the chat. And people were always sitting back thinking, what can we do to help? Now, this is something you can do to help.
Yes,
Write the judge.
a letter to the judge is more important than the petition. I'm gonna get that petition signed, print it out and send it to her because I want her to have it before she has them attorneys in her courtroom on the 16th.
But
And I don't
if one of
know
the
how
mods,
long it.
if one of the mods don't care, okay. Flies on the Coast, I'll posted the address, I think it is, for the judge. Now, again, I can't stress this enough. When you write the judge, please be respectful. Don't use foul language. Uh, be an adult. I mean,
Don't tell her what
because it
she
ain't going to
needs
get
to
no.
do. Don't tell
Yeah,
her what
I
she
mean,
needs to do. She's a judge.
But be respectful. And I mean, and I know Robin would appreciate it. And the petition is in the chat if you all want to sign it. If you are just coming in, Robin's daughter was murdered, did you say 28 years ago, right?
1994.
And in 1994. And because the person was a kid and there has been a law passed since then, they are wanting to go ahead and explain it, Robin. I don't want to say it wrong.
Okay, what Miller versus Alabama case is technically called term of years. So the judge is instructed for the severity of a crime that a person commits. Okay, there's so many witnesses, and I mean, they took the basement to the courtroom. It took them almost a half a year to take the basement to the courtroom because that's where he murdered her at. So basically, it's called term of years, and the judge is giving juveniles a 40 to 60 added years, if that makes sense.
Is there anything in the letters, Robin, that you would like people to mention?
You know, I haven't even wrote her a letter. I'm I'm just gonna go up there and let God speak for me because I can't do it. Because what I would say would probably put me in jail. What I really want to say. I hate Jason so much. He is the only person on this face of this earth that I hate. And oh God, if I could only take just one thing with me, he would be gone and so would I. But I can't do that.
Well, I want to thank you for coming on panel and telling everybody your story and what happened to you. So many times, I think it's just these things get dehumanized, and anytime it's. I applaud you. You are being Nicole's voice, and um, I know personally I'll be praying for you. You're always in my prayers, of course. Um, People, if you don't care, please write the judge. The petition is in chat also. Um, I'll let Robin get down, and then I will be closing out. But for myself, I'm begging you. I
I
appreciate you
appreciate
for
you.
coming on panel, honey.
I appreciate your chat. I appreciate you letting me come up here. This was this was a real soon. I didn't expect this, but feel my pain. Please feel my pain because as a mother and my last baby and my only girl, I can't have her back. I can't have her back until I'm gone. I plead that he just is in there until he dies. I always ask the victim's advocate, is he dead yet? She says no. Every week I say, is he dead yet? No. Is he dead yet? No. Damn it, why won't somebody just kill him for once? Why don't someone just kill him?
My heart goes out to you, Robin. It really does. Um, Sadly, there's no good answers. There really isn't.
And I never, like I said, I never knew what he said when he was being interrogated. I never knew that he said, why did you do this, Jason? Why did you, I don't remember what the man said. Why did you do this? And he said, because I wanted to. I never knew he said that, because I've been waiting to go to court since last year, and I was going to ask him myself, now that you're 40 something years old, do you have an answer for me? Now I know it's because you wanted to do it. And you don't know what I want to do to you, but I'm not trying to go to
And
prison the rest of my life.
I personally believe that you should have the opportunity to ask him your questions. And if he, I mean, if he has no remorse, why not take that into consideration? I know number of years and all that being Miller versus Alabama, but if somebody has no remorse, they never need out. And I just don't see no remorse there.
And Crystal, they were supposed to do a psychological exam on him. Okay, they were supposed to do this last year, but because of COVID, they wouldn't let nobody in the prison. Now I asked them, when I said, has he had a psychological exam? And she said, no, not till November or December. I said, you do know court is in November. This woman, I cannot talk to her. I bump heads with this woman. She has no knowledge of this case. She's so stupid. Every time I talk to her about something, she's like, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not an attorney. I'm not a lawyer. I'm like, no shit, you're not a lawyer. And I hang up on her because I'm not a lawyer either, but I know what Miller case versus Alabama is. Google it, dumb bitch. Oh, they just some of them advocates, they just get on my nerves so bad.
And if you're just coming in, the address to the judge is in the chat, and the link to the petition is also in the chat. I know Robin would appreciate it if you would sign it, and also write the judge a letter. Again, do not cuss in the letter. You can't tell a judge what they need to do. And be professional. And be adults.
Musically, Mama's got it down pat. Miller case versus Alabama was a United States Supreme Court case in which the court held that mandatory sentence of life without the possibility of parole are unconstitutional for juvenile offenders. What about the victim? What about my daughter? She had no rights. She had the right to die. She had the right to be raped. She had the right to be beat with poles and curtain rods. Whoever made that Miller case versus Alabama just gave full reign to teenagers to do whatever the hell they want on earth and get away with it.
And that is scary. It is very scary.
And it's everywhere. It's not in just 29 states like I thought. It's everywhere.
Okay, and give me just a second. Flies in the Coleslaw has also posted Robin's GoFundMe in chat. I do want to say this. Follow your heart. So many times on here, if somebody reaches out and donates to a family that needs something, so many times you hear fraud, fraud, fraud. I don't want to hear nothing like that. Okay? First off, point blank, if you give from your heart. Don't give and grudge it, because that's what that
Right.
is. Um,
Right. That's
and let's make this clear, people. This is her GoFundMe. Nothing comes to me. Nothing comes to my channel. Just want to put that out there, and you pray about it. If God leads you to donate, donate, but do not come on YouTube calling anybody a fraud. Okay? And I hate that I even have to say that, but my goodness, it's horrible.
yeah, I've been accused of being a scammer by someone, and I'm not gonna mention any names because people, they get their own when it comes down to it. Karma, she don't play.
I completely agree. And God says, vengeance is mine. So,
Mhm.
and like I said, pray about it, people. Every time I send money, I pray for God to lead me to do it. Maybe, maybe you're not a Christian. Do whatever you need to do to get confirmation. But by all means, do not come back on YouTube calling anybody a scammer, because I won't tolerate it. Not if it's
Yeah.
about me. You all seen a minute ago. Somebody sent me a message saying they done figured me out. I'm Jody Sue. Well, you know what? They didn't look too hard, because that, like I said earlier, that little hillbilly singing on my channel, that's me. And I look horrible because I've been sick, but no, not Jody
It's
Sue.
in 32
Mm,
states now.
not even
I think it
close.
would change this. I think it would change his sentence to life with parole. I think, at Robin, I don't understand it all that well. Well, I didn't never understand it from the get go how he could even get the Miller case versus Alabama when he's already been sentenced to natural life in prison without the possibility of parole. There's a 17-year-old that allegedly shot at officers getting ready to be sentenced to life. How? You're only 17, dude. Fight for your rights. I mean, you're 17 years old. You can't go to life. You can't go do life for allegedly going after an officer because you didn't shoot the officer. Go. The officer's life matters and a child's life don't. Ooh, that just irks me.
But
Trying to.
um, is there anything else that you would like the chat to know before I start to close out? I've never been on live for 4 hours. People's going to really start thinking I'm Jody Sue.
Ah, yeah, you're just not making the money she does.
I
No, I
don't want it.
mean, this was an unexpected. I'm like, I saw you live and I just waved at you. I was like, I'm just gonna wave. But I mean, I'm glad that you had me up. I'm glad the story's out. I've been wanting to do an interview with what's her name? Bullhorn Betty, because that woman, I can use her in Michigan.
Well, this is one time I'd have to say her bullhorn would be warranted. She wouldn't be screaming at trees.
I could use her in Michigan. I mean, we had over 150 people rallying last time I went. and we were screaming. And when I got close to the house where the house used to be, I was in the road laying. I passed out. I felt it before I got there. All we did was go around the block, and I felt it before I got there. And the house hadn't been there for many years. It had been torn down, but I felt the house there. And I felt I had to go to the hospital. I have bad anxiety. I know you probably do too. It's
Yeah,
something
I
you just
mean,
don't get over. You don't get over it. Don't let anyone tell you. I don't care how many people you talk to. I don't care how many counselor sessions you go to. You're gonna find the greatest counselor like I did, and she's gonna be swept right underneath your feet, and you won't never be able to talk to her again. That's what happened to me. I had an awesome counselor. I've got pictures all over my bedroom of my children, my deceased children, and they're collages. They're huge collages that I made. And I did my son's 1 year celebration of life. I did it all by myself. I studied what I wanted to say out of the Bible, and I wrote everything down, and I made a book out for Nick's 1 year anniversary of life. And I was proud of myself. I knew exactly what I wanted to say, and I knew exactly how I wanted my picture, my collage to be.
okay.
That's
Give me just a second, Robin. Okay, everyone. Um, Robin, I'm gonna play this for you. It's a song I did like over 3 years ago. There might be people in the chat that have also, maybe they've lost a loved one. Maybe you're dealing with something. Maybe you're in financial stress. I mean, whatever the problem may be, you might be dealing with depression, whatever it may be. Um, this song's for you.
You began a guided meditation in your living
After.
room, but now you're taking your practice outdoors.
Okay.
Started by Monday glory. He was asleep at the stern. Oh, does he not care that we there? Helpless and we're so afraid. That's when they call to awake. He said, where was your faith? Because you prayed all night. Called you held on with all of your might. Shout your cry. Have a woken Master. I know your voice. Lift your hands, it's time to rejoice. Shout your cry. Have a welcome, the Master. Lead you without anyone. As trouble sea had begun.
ain't no hope in the distance. You're frightened, there's no place to run. Back now, your vessel is filling, and you're thinking that you'll surely drown. Call to the Savior to help. You know you can't give up now because you prayed all night. Cause you held on with all of your might. Shout your cry. Have a woman, Master. I know you're bold. Lift your hands, it's time to rejoice. Shout your cry. Have a woman, the Master. Now you're up there worried, he's fast asleep. The wind is so deadly, the water's so deep. Try and be patient, 'cause soon he'll bring peace. Just one word from his voice, he'll calm your sleep. Because you prayed all night. Cause you held on with all of your might. Shout your cry. Have a woman, Master. I know you're bold. Lift your hands, it's time to rejoice. Shout your cry. Have a woman, Master. Now you're up there worried, he's fast asleep. The wind is so deadly, the water's so deep. Try and be patient, 'cause soon he'll bring peace. Just one word from his voice, he will calm your sleep. Because you prayed all night. Cause you held on with all of your might. Shout your cry. Have a woman, Master. I know you're bold. Lift your hands, it's time to rejoice. Shout your cry. Have a woman, the Master. Shout your cry. Have a woman, the Master.
Robin, I want to thank you for being on panel today. I want to thank everybody that's in my chat. You all, we get aggravated. I know we do because we want answers. The only real answers come from God. And
Right.
I personally can say He has never let me down. He has never forsaken me. Sometimes things feel like like the world's coming in on you. But he says he will be at your refuge. He says when the enemy comes in like a flood, he will raise up a standard against him. And that's me. That's what helps me go from day to day. That's what helps me wake up every morning is the promise that I'll see my sons again. Robin, you will see your daughters again. We have that promise. And you all, I love you all. Um, I'm going to have to get off here,
I want to
but
say something before you leave.
go ahead, honey.
God bless you, and don't stop doing what you're doing, because you know what? There's so many out there that are still missing. There's so many out there that need your voice. And even if it's just that song or another song, someone needs it.
Thank you, honey.
And I appreciate your chat. I appreciate this. I did not really expect this. I've been wanting to do this, but hey, we have good timing.
Yeah, Robin told me the other day I was that I was one busy woman.
Yes. Yes. I was like, when am I going to get a hold of this lady? And I just happened to see you, and I'm like, I'm going in.
Well, I sure appreciate you being up here. Um, you all, this is not something I normally do, but I am going to close out today with prayer because I believe there is a lot of people needing it. And I know people will probably check out here just as soon as I start saying Lord, but I'm going to do it because I'm led to do it, and I always want to do what God tells me to do. Most gracious Heavenly Father, Lord, there's many kids out there that's missing. They're missing to us, Lord, but you know where they are. Lord, we asked you to bring answers. We asked you to give judgment where judgment is due, Lord. We know that with you all things are possible, Lord. What we see in the physical, you see in the spiritual that is so much stronger. Lord, for everybody in chat, I asked you to bless their life. I asked you to just wrap your hands around Robin. I know that she may be struggling sometimes, Lord, but let her know that you are there. Um, Lord, we don't, like I said, we don't know where Summer is either, but God, you do. To you, she has never been lost. And Lord, I just ask that you just deliver us some answers, Lord. Help us not to judge others, Lord. Help us to be of the humble heart. All these things I ask in your Son's mighty name. Amen.
Amen.
You all, I'm gonna get off here, but I'm like I always say, it takes zero effort to be a good human being. Let's quit bashing each other. Let's stop going for each other's throats and try to work together. And like we don't know where these kids are, but you know what God does. He knows exactly where they are. They haven't been lost. And I put my faith in him, not in the cops, not in TBI, not in FBI, not in the neighbors, not in the friends that come into the case. I don't put my faith into the judge that's looking over Robin's daughter's case. I put my faith in Jesus Christ alone. And I know with him all things are possible and all things will come to the good of those who serve the Lord. Until next time, you all, I'm going to get out here and get me something to eat, spend a little time with my girls before school tomorrow. And y'all remember, love one another. That's something easy and free. If you don't care, hit that like button on the way out. If you aren't subscribed, I really appreciate it. If you didn't like the like, hit the thumbs down, but have an opinion one way or another. And until next time, I'll talk to you all later, okay? Good day.
Okay. Bye, y'all. Thank you.
Thank you, and God bless you.
God bless you.